回弹，首选老鹰。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选品质精选一线品牌入驻，打造台球配件新品，专业服务贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
翘课我选布洛克。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、 将、默写、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，立百文全球销量第一。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
$冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。Join players uniting the ball. This is Lane by One Clouds Short Cap 4 days Heyball Monster Quarterfinals will begin now. Now let's welcome to the athletes and the referees. 中巴转动，世界球童。这里是利百文台尼乔氏杯第14届中式巴球大师赛总决赛正赛国际组第一阶段13到第16组6场8场1到8组9场10场的比赛，让我们欢迎裁判员、运动员。Table 1， 1号台。由来自中国台湾 from Taiwan China 傅哲伟对阵来自蒙古 from Mongolia 阿德里格尔湖，裁判员 umpire 王艺轩、李勇。Table 2， 2号台。由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 达额尔登邦亚尔对阵来自马来西亚 from Malaysia 里沙哈山，裁判员袁义群、王鹏轩。Table 3， 3号台。由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 巴亚拉对阵 vs 来自马来西亚 from Malaysia 莫景浩，裁判员umpire孙启墨、徐景言。Table 4， 4号台。由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 巴基班比尔古恩对阵 vs 来自蒙古 from Mongolia 奥拉布哈瓦道尔吉，裁判员umpire杨静文、佘真真。Table 5， 号台。由来自马来西亚 from Malaysia 谢建豪对阵 vs 来自蒙古 from Mongolia 白奥奇博尔德，裁判员umpire王萍萍、李丹阳。Table 6， 6号台。由来自新加坡 from Singapore 陈志强对阵 vs 来自马来西亚 from Malaysia 骆俊龙，裁判员umpire王文杰、冯雅琪。 Table 7 7号台，由来自马来西亚 from Malaysia 谢舒耀对阵 vs 来自印度 from India 尔查瓦拉，裁判员 umpire 安加路李亚帆。Table 8 8号台，由来自印度 from India 阿南德拉古万西对阵 vs 来自葡萄牙 from Portugal 入昂格里洛，裁判员 umpire 张婉玲刘宇。Table 9 9号台，由来自南非 from South Africa 艾桑切蒂对阵 vs 来自印度 from India 桑迪普古拉提，裁判员 umpire 徐小玉匡俊涛。Table 10 10号台，由来自英国 from UK 杰克惠兰对阵 vs 来自新西兰 from New Zealand 基兰邓普基，裁判员 umpire 马嘉欣杜环玉。Table 11 11号台，由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 赵阿哈巴扬尔对阵 vs 来自中国台湾 from Taiwan China 林书宏，裁判员 umpire 田颖范文涛。Table 12 12号台，由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 冈罗布森道尔吉对阵 vs 来自蒙古甘博德苏人，裁判员 umpire 白云佳陆月。Table 30 13号台，由来自中国香港 from Hong Kong China 叶栋邦对阵 vs 来自哈萨克斯坦 from Kazakhstan 切西木荷兰，裁判员 umpire 高若飞张梦蝶。40 14号台，由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 豪巴森道尔吉对阵 vs 来自南非 from South Africa 理查德和阿里德，裁判员 umpire 杨文静刘法恒。Table 50 15号台，由来自蒙古 from Mongolia 巴纳人图雅对阵 vs 来自韩国 from Korea 韩少礼，裁判员 umpire 上海耿思林。Table 60 16号台，由来自马来西亚 from Malaysia 古纳兰对阵 vs 来自中国香港 from Hong Kong China 叶建宁，裁判员 umpire 江洁琴刘亚楠。Table 70 17号台，由来自荷兰 from the Netherlands 邱一军对阵来自印度 from India 吴扎尔汗，裁判员 umpire 杨宇龙吕阳。 Table AK 18号台，由来自法国 From France 马龙珠敌人 vs 来自韩国 From Korea 朴永俊，裁判员龚一航、张月秋。Table 90 19号台，将由伊卡皮梅诺娃对阵 vs from Mongolia 孟赫格日乐，裁判员 umpire 柴新峰、龚璇。Table 20 20号台。由来自中国台湾 From German China 孙荣泽对阵 vs 来自英国 From UK 凯利费雪，裁判员 umpire 蒋宇格、宋明明。Table 21 21号台。由来自肯尼亚 From Kenya 大卫姆布蒂对阵 vs 来自菲律宾 From 菲律宾巴兹勒沙加，裁判员 umpire 张欣欣、张毅。Table 22 22号台。由来自印度 From India 阿比纳夫迪曼对阵 vs 来自摩洛哥 From Morocco 伊萨姆阿尔巴加尔，裁判umpire 杜立新、何秀红。Table 23 23号台。由来自中国台湾 From Taiwan China 孙艺轩对阵 vs 来自澳大利亚 From Australia 贾斯汀萨吉奇。本场比赛裁判员 umpire 田海林、王琦。Ladies and gentlemen, and finally 最后登场 Table TV1 TV Time。本场比赛将由 Andrew 安德烈祖斯卡耶夫对阵 vs from Iran 希纳瓦利扎德，裁判员 umpire 张娜，助理裁判 assistant umpire 田明星、王新月。有请各位一步比赛神器，乔氏金腿球桌。女士们、先生们，这里是正在秦皇岛为各位直播的利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式八球大师赛总决赛的比赛现场，精彩比赛即将开始，中巴转动，世界球童，让我们共同期待。
辛纳瓦利扎德，你好。安德烈，你好。请双方选手争夺开球选择权，听我口令，预备。3、2、1，开始。安德烈·祖斯卡耶夫获得开球选择权。
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to day 9 here at the 14th Lieberwin and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals. We are live from Qinhuandao in the Hebei province here in China. Now, you saw that lineup of players playing this morning. This is round 2 and round 3 of stage 1 in the international group as we go from 128 players down to 32. Some of these matches are losers bracket matches, which means if you do take a loss, you are on your way home, unfortunately. However, this match on the TV table, winners bracket match between Andrei Tuskeyev from Russia, and he's up against Sina Velizode from Iran. Now, Andrei, pro pool player from Russia, Moscow, and Russian champ winner, been putting in a lot of time on the Heyball table recently, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do here on the TV table against the very experienced Sina Velizode from Iran. We will keep you guys updated with the scores from the other matches as well. Now, those other tables are all live on WPAlive.tv. I believe we do have 24 matches on the go at the moment. It should be 23 tables plus the TV table. All currently live there, and with the multi-view feature, does mean that you can watch 9 matches at once. Now, with this alternate break format that we have adopted in this tournament, we've seen the break matters a lot. It really does. I mean, it can end up putting you in the chair for 2 frames at least if you don't break well and your opponent clears and then makes a clearance off their own break. So straight off the bat, Andrei with a really nice break, open table, 2 balls in on that break. This is a race to 13. Now, winner's bracket. So the winner of this match goes on to play a very in-form Stephen Ellis. This is group 15. Now, how it works, there are 8 players in a group. And from those 8 players, only 2 go through. 1 through the winner's side and 1 through the loser's side. Previous matches from these 2 players, Andrei Tuskeyev 13-3 over David Mbuti, and Sina Velizode 13-10 over Basil Al-Shajar. Did see Kelly Fisher also is playing against Jung Tse Sun. That is on table 20, and that is also a winner's bracket match. That was a pot attempt on the 10 ball to the left side from Sina Velizode. And that means he's going to leave an easier open table for Andrei Tuskeyev. See on table 18 we have the hotshot from Korea, Yongjun Park, and he's up against Marion Jude at the moment, table 18, winner's bracket also. Winner of that match plays Clint Hansen in the winner's qualification. Now, players who have won 2 matches in the group through to the winner's qualification, they only play again on the 25th. So nice break at least for them before they play that match. And there is a big match coming. Group 10, Jake McCartney against Gareth Potts. That'll be 10 a.m. on the 25th. I think we might be having a match like that on the TV table. That will be an excellent match. And another big one, Yuma Dorna against Jack Beggs. 25th as well, Group 9. That's to decide the winner of Group 9. See, in Group 5, we have Liu Ching-chia from Chinese Taipei up against Warathanan. That'll be on the 25th as well to decide winner of that Group 5. Just having a look at Group 6 now. The stats I'm reading from is available. I have put that in the pinned comment section on YouTube, and if you have a look at the Facebook stream description, you can see their international group flow chart. That's what I'm looking at right now. It opens up in your browser. Group 6, I'd say that's what we would call a very, very tough group. Ethan Chetty from South Africa, newly signed Joy player. You've got Richard Halliday, Julian Seradilla, Jack Whelan. Now in the losers side of that bracket, Sandeep Gulati and Kieran Dempsey have also joined in. And if you are heading to WPA Live TV, those are two good matches that you'd want to check out as well. Table 9 and Table 10, Ethan Chetty against Sandeep Gulati and Jack Whelan against Kieran Dempsey. Now, amongst the links I've posted, you'd also see links to the live scores. But I will be going through that with you guys as the session progresses. And after 7 minutes of play, we already have scores on the board. Mo Keen Hu from Malaysia, 2-0 up against his opponent. And while we were talking about that, Andrei Duskeyev takes his first point. He's 1-0 up against Sina Velazode in this race to 13. See, it's just gone 7 p.m. west coast of the USA now. I believe it's, if I know my time zones correctly from the comment sections recently, it's a 9 p.m. in Texas. I've seen that before at this time. 4 a.m. Central African time, 3 a.m. Eastern African time. I believe 4 a.m. in Finland as well.
Sina瓦利扎德开球。
Yeah, I was correct on Texas, 9 p.m. in Texas. And yeah, as always, a big thank you to all of you joining us from across the globe. And if there's anything you'd like to ask or know about the tournament or the players, you can put a comment in the comment section on Facebook and YouTube, and I'll try my best to get that information to you guys. Tournament like this, as it progresses, day 9 now. I think we still have around 8 days left. Should be around 8 days left after this tournament ending on the 31st of March. It just starts getting more exciting every day. If no players are getting eliminated or players are playing to stay in the tournament now or to win their group. And then, of course, on the Chinese side, we have the superseeded, the 16 superseeded players entering. Now, once that happens, then the real fireworks start. And of course, once we enter stage 2, where the top 32 internationals are mixed in with the top 32 Chinese players. Then, of course, a single elimination after that. So 64 players down to 1 single elimination, with the grand final being a race to 39. So that break, not the greatest for Sina Velazode, but he's back at the table now, containing safety shot played by his opponent. This camera angle doesn't look like the 6 goes, but he's going to put it in front of the pocket at least and try and get the cue ball safe. Oh, behind the 6, what a shot that is. Has not left Sina Velazode with much. Now Sina Velazode, finalist at the Heyball World Championship 2025, lost that one to Gareth Potts, the eventual world champion, current world champion. Also third place at the Heyball Asian Open, and West Asian champion is Sina Velazode. Nice pot in the 14, and after that, it was all he had. Not only the pot just nudges the 11 slightly, the 11 should still go past the 4, but also available into the center pockets. So with just that one shot, that's looking like it should be his advantage at least. He's still got a bit of a problem with the black ball. Now taking the 9 here gives him an angle to possibly get into that black ball and 6. That's the only way to run this rack out from here. Oh, what a play that is. Moves it enough. He's given himself a chance. And remember, this chance he's creating currently from that safety shot from Andre, where he just left him the 14. Misses the 14, and that's pretty much frame over the other way. Now, I first saw Sina Velazode in action about 2 years ago in Qatar. It was the first Asian Heyball Open. In the practice room already, you could see this is a player that's rock solid. Now, having played a lot of Heyball since then, he's very experienced in this game, and that's why always making it really deep in these tournaments in China. And that black ball is still not available past the 6, so what that means is he's going to have to come on the short side of it, down the left side of the table. So this is the shot here. Has to find the line. Exactly where he's pointing. That's where he'd like the cue ball to come, just before the center pocket right side. Swing it over to the left side of the table. short side of the black ball. Needs the line, needs the length as well. Doesn't get the line, unfortunately, into the 3. It was always going to be tough, that one. Now, what are your options in a scenario like this? There we have the overhead. You can see the 6 is blocking, so he's looking at cushion first on the black ball, then off the 6, but the angle is not giving it that much forward momentum, unfortunately, but he's going to try it. Like that. Yeah, that's not a bad result at all. Played that very well. He's really put the pressure on his opponent. Now black ball in the jaws of the pocket. I'd have to say, safer shot than the bank. The bank is, of course, the very attacking shot, but in terms of securing a frame, percentage, because not only does it mean that Andre needs to get position on the 5 and 6, he's going to have to pot that 5 down this cushion. Now, jump shots are allowed in the game of Heyball, so if you are going to snooker, the snooker has to be so tight. Interesting to see. Very nice to see our regulars joining us on the stream. Welcome, guys. Thank you for joining us for this broadcast. Unfortunately, today we only have 2 matches. That's this session, the 10 a.m. session, and another session at 2 p.m. That's from the Chinese bracket. Reason for that is there is going to be another draw done for the Chinese bracket. That's happening later this evening because, as I have said before, the superseded players are entering the Chinese draw. What do we think about that? I would say jump shot not available, but there's enough space. You can see Sina down on that very quickly and is able to get it enough space. Sina equalizes. He's on the scoreboard. Score is 1-1 in this race to 13. So now, the rest of the sessions we've been playing for almost 20 minutes. So we can have a look at the score lines. I see Reza Hassan is also playing on table 2. He's 1-0 up at the moment. Kamal Chawla from India, 3-0 up on Daryl Chia from Malaysia. That's table 7. Ethan Chetty and Sandeep Gulati. Table 9, the score is 1-1 at the moment. Sandeep Gulati with 1 rack and run. It was looking like a great break, but cue ball into the top left corner pocket, unfortunately. Did it get kicked? Yes, 6 ball kicks it in. It's amazing on the break how the cue ball so easily finds a pocket.
10秒，延时。10秒，延时。
Now 7 ball connects him nicely to that black ball. You're looking to be as straight as you can on that 7. Just stun it in. Maybe screw the cue ball back 1 roll. Nicely on the black ball to the bottom left corner. I think tight match between these two players. See us definitely having both these players on double digits. Stands behind the shot, checks the potting angle, then moves in behind the cue ball. Cues under the left eye. Does Andrei Tskeyev. And it's their second point on the board, straight in the heart of the pocket. And that's the support in the stands for Andrei Zaskev, fellow countryman and woman there. Now, what I did notice about him is that pre-shot routine is very evident with him. And you can see why it works. It works really well, and I think it's something that most players overlook, especially when you're starting out in this game. Players just run around the table and pot balls, but when the pressure's on and you have to rely on your fundamentals and you have to rely on things that you practiced, that's when that pre-shot routine is really required, and unconsciously you'll always revert to what you do in practice. So if you don't practice like that, when the pressure's on, when you're on a big stage, you're not going to be able to get the best out of yourself. So alternate break format now. After that, 2-1 down, Sina Velazode to break in the fourth frame. Second break of the match for Sina Velazode, and 2 dry breaks so far. Every dry break or cue ball pot on the break is an opportunity for your opponent to just keep extending that lead if they're already in the lead. And if they're behind, of course, gives them the opportunity to catch up. Because at this level, it's mostly one-visit clearances. That's what you are seeing. If the clearance isn't made, players usually playing a really good tactical shot. Cue ball was always going to be traveling quite a bit after that fine cut to the center pocket. He's still okay though. He still has control of this frame, does Andrei Zaskev. Quite solid at the moment is Andrei. The 13 connects him to the 15, but there's traffic. 5-1-4, the balls to look out for. So you're looking at the gaps between them. I feel he fancies the gap between 1 and 4. Low on the cue ball. So a little screw back, say about 5 to 10 centimeters, that's fine. He's playing the follow on this, around 2 cushions. That's what it looks like to me. Yes, he is. Top right on the cue ball. It's the 3 ball he's got to be careful for. Oh, look at that. Just grazed past. stripes did look very good, but there was always going to be some traffic to watch out for, and those 5 solids up there in balk area, that was the traffic. Navigating through this very nicely at the moment is Andre. It's nice to watch. And it's his break next after this. So if he gets this point on the board and he makes the next clearance, he is already 4-1 up. And it's there. 3-1 up goes Andrei Zuskeyev of Iran Sina Velizode with a rack and run off the try break from Sina. It's going to be his break next, looking to take this to 4-1. At the moment, really great performance from this young man at the table, taking the game to Sina Velizode. So using the center break, head on the first ball, makes the 7, and the cue ball stopped dead in the middle of the table. Just got a slight kick after that, but that's a decent break from Andre. Have a look at the cue ball's control there. You can see when a player has been working on their break. It's very evident in this game. Called his extension here. Now that adds 30 seconds to his 45-second shot time. Players get just one of those per frame. He is looking at solids. Only thing is, black ball tied up by the 2 stripes, 15 and 12. The only place I actually see where it looks like the black ball is potable currently would be into the top corners. So I'd feel that during this clearance, he might want to just nudge one of the stripes out of the way. He's got the connecting balls to do that. Here it comes into the stripe. That is such a well-controlled carom. Most players, when playing a shot like that, you're playing for area. So you are content if it goes into the black ball or even the 12. But he played that purposefully to move that 15 stripe ball. By playing it that way, he's opened up that black ball to that same pocket. He just potted in now. This is the first time we've had him on the TV table. He looks very dangerous, does Andrei Dziskeyev. So earlier I was talking about how you can still be put in that chair, although it is an alternate break format, and that's what's happening at the moment. Sina Velazode with a dry break. Andrei makes the clearance off that and pots on his break, currently at the table making the clearance. That would mean Sina's been sitting in that chair for 2 frames. Comes back to the table to break, needs to make a ball. Just needs to judge this well. There you see again, behind the line of the shot, or the potting angle, then behind the cue ball. Very surprised at that. Just didn't get into that cue ball enough. It's almost if that looked like a bit of decel coming through there, because that cue ball was supposed to be on the other side of the table. Extreme right-hand side to pot the black ball in the bottom left. So we might see Sina Velazode to the table earlier than expected. Now, although I haven't witnessed much of it myself, although I've had Sina Velazode on the TV table quite a few times, mostly seen him, the attacking side of him, but recently there was a match where he was down, I believe 8-2 or 9-3 in a race to 13, and Sina Velazode was able to come back from that deficit and win that match. What I hear from the spectators watching that match is he played such excellent tactical play in every single frame where he was given an opportunity. That was 14 first foul. Ball in hand now for Sina. So Sina Velazode is not the kind of player that you want to get in a tactical battle with. I would say there's a bit of that black ball available, and I dare to say purposefully done by Sina. as this should also move the 14 if he makes contact with the black ball. But he's deciding to roll at it. That's foul called. Made contact with the black ball, but it was after the cue ball made contact with the cushion. As you know, in Heyball rules, you have to make contact with the cushion after contact with the object ball. Here it comes again. Cushion, black ball, no cushion afterwards. That is a foul. Good call by the referee. So what's the play here for Sina? He's definitely got the advantage. He's definitely got control. You get ball in hand. Play one of the stripes. I would say possibly the 12, the pink 12. Play it onto the black ball. Releases the 14 towards the pocket. Good chance you'd even pot the 14. Okay, let's see. He's got his ball in hand. What's the plan? So the angle he has there, looks like he's going to go into the black ball from here. There we go. And that's good enough. Yeah, nicely done from Sina. Yeah, in Heyball rules at the moment, we don't have the consecutive foul, the 3 consecutive foul, and you lose the frame rule. At the moment, this is all because of that slight miscalculation, making position for the black ball from Andre. He's allowed Sina Velazode back in the frame, and no doubt he will capitalize. And nicely done from Sina. Capitalize he does.
6局，希纳瓦利扎德开球。
That was Sina Valazore breaking. Cue ball almost going into that left center pocket, but made a ball this time. At the moment, 3-2 down. It could have been 4-1, but was handed over the previous table. And of course, in this game, the opponent is left with only one ball and you still have all the balls on the table. You have the definite upper hand.
10秒。5、4。
Not too happy with the kisses that he got off that pot. Means that this is going to become slightly more tricky for Sina. Or trying to force the angle on the 10. Unforgiving, these pockets here. Can't cheat the pocket. That's table back over to Andrei Dziskeyev, playing solids here. Yes, so there is a stalemate in Heyball. It's usually a re-rack, but it only happens if there's no positive play. So if each player is doing the same thing, if there's a deadlock, for instance, one of the balls are in a corner and you can't really get to it and they're just playing touch here and there and there's no forward play or no positive play, then the referee and the two players come to a decision, and of course referee's discretion, and then it can be a stalemate. It's not what you'd think. We've had it on the TV table before a few times. So for example, if you are on the black ball and you've left it in the jaws and your opponent puts two solids in front of it, so there's no possible way to get to the black ball, that's not a stalemate. What happens is you automatically give away the foul. So your opponent has the table and they have the opportunity to do something with that. If they can force positive play, or if they can move the game forward. If they can't and they're just touching a ball and it's a foul in return and touching the ball, then of course that goes to a re-rack. Nice bang from Andre. Tactical shot. Has he left enough of the 15 open to the center pocket? Now, just gone about 50 minutes of play. Let's have a look at some of the other matches. See Fu Wei in action at the moment. He's 4-2 up against An Delgakru from Mongolia. Reza Hassan 2-all. Nice shot on the 15. There was enough available. Cannot give Sina a chance. Some really tight matches. Looking at the scoreline. Okay, there's one with a big difference. Kamal Chawla 6-0 up against Daryl Cheer, but the rest of the scoreline I'm seeing 4-3, 3-all. Very close. Table 9, South Africa's Ethan Chetty 3-2 up against Sandeep Gulati from India. Sandeep Gulati with 2 rack and runs. And thus 2 rack and runs tell me that either Ethan is breaking dry or not being able to make the finish and giving Sandeep the opportunity to make the finish in one visit. Table 10, Jack Whelan 7-0 up on Kieran Dempsey. Jack with 1 break and run, 1 rack and run. Looks like Jack Whelan has found some form in that match. Quite a good match on table 18. Marion Jude from France up against Yongjun Park from Korea. 3-all at the moment. That is table 18. Kelly Fisher also playing at the moment, 6-2 up. And I did see a comment asking if Kelly Fisher gets the last ball. She does. Female players and players under the age of 14 when playing against a male player get the last ball off the table as a handicap, but Kelly Fisher, 6 points, 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. What a performance from her at the moment. Left himself on the bank for his last stripe 13 ball here. Bank to the left center pocket. It's got to go. Call him a favorite for this one, knowing these tables as well. It's there. Knowledge of the table, knowledge of how the cushions bounce. Experience. Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff from Sina Velazode there. It started off with that 15 ball to the center pocket. That's what started this. He's got back into this match from 3-1 down. What looked like it could be 4-1. He's now 3-all with Andrei Zaskev.
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
All square here, 3-all after 6 frames. Andrei Zaskev to break. He's opened the door when he was supposed to make it 4-1. It's a good break. He's always getting that ball into the center pocket. Very consistent break from Andre. Have a look at this, the 4 ball straight into the center pocket.
10秒，延时。
Oh, this is a tester as he's opening shot, 9 ball down to the bottom right corner pocket to secure stripes. Nicely played off the outside jaw. Just a few moments ago, I was mentioning the scorelines on the other tables. If you are looking to watch those other tables, head over to wpalive.tv. That's where you can find that, and all the other information, live scores, brackets are in the pinned comment on YouTube and in the Facebook stream description as well. See a question, has Tom Cousins had a go at this yet? He definitely has. So Tom Cousins played in the African Open last year, WPA Heyball African Open held in Morocco. Well, not last year, 2024. And his first time playing in a major Heyball tournament, comes in, uses 4 different cues, and wins it by defeating Chris Melling in the final. Enough said. Andrei Dziskeyev did not expect that from him. Focused more on moving the 2 and being on the 14. Now, a player like Sina is going to relish an opportunity like this. Getting a chance when he didn't expect it, and he feels like he's gaining momentum now. From 3-1 to 3-all, chance to go 4-3 up. Not an elementary clearance at all for Sina Velazode on the solids. 3 and the 6, the problems. This is heading towards the 6. Very nicely done.
10秒，延时。
Look, I think we have we have many great international players who are putting in a lot of time into this game, but I think certain players are in another level at the moment, or have been. A little bit unfortunate there to push it over the other side. Just came into that with a little bit too much pace, unfortunately. Referee checks if it's frozen. It's not. Didn't call it. I'm referring to comment on the YouTube stream. If Tom would be as good as Gareth if he put in the time, it's hard to say. Gareth is really at another level in this game. You have to remember the only international player to ever win a major tournament in China. One of these Joy major events, and he's won the Grand Masters 3 times. That's the biggest of the biggest. We usually put Foneman in the same category, but Foneman stays in China at the moment and has not won one of these major Joy tournaments yet. And also you have to look at the amount of time that that Gareth has had international dominance, or being the #1 international player. He won the first one of these tournaments. This is the 14th edition. So 14 years later, still performing at such a high level. Current world champion. Class of his own, I believe. And this for Sina to take the lead. 4th point on the board. Nice clearance. Brilliant 3-ball down that cushion to the top left corner pocket. 4-3 after 7 frames played. Now this would be the 8th frame coming up. After this frame, we will have a 10-minute player break. And at the moment, Sina Velizode from Iran leading Andrei Juskeyev 4 frames to 3. Breaks haven't really been working for Sina. This time it does. Cue ball gets kicked but stays on the table, makes 2 balls on that break. 13 straight into the center pocket. 14 gets a kick off the 6. Yeah, if you're talking about money in Q Sports, I mean, the amount of money in Heyball is absolutely ridiculous. Really. Mentioned yesterday, the winner of this tournament walks away with over 700,000 US dollars, 5 million RMB. Difference between first and second is great though. Second place walking away with over 200,000. But still, winner over 700,000 US dollars, and that winner, coming from a seed or super seeded player, has played for, I'd say, a maximum of, let's say, 10 to 12 days. With possibly a few breaks in between if they've gone through the winners' brackets. So this is definitely the game to play, and I think it's also why we are seeing a lot of new players coming into the tournaments, players that we haven't seen before in the Heyball circuit. And it's not only the tournaments in China that have the money. Recently, the Heyball World Cup was held, the first ever. It was held in Brisbane, Australia. Total prize fund for that tournament, 864,000 US dollars. Previous to that, the Heyball World Championship, held by WP Enjoy, total prize fund 432,000 US dollars. So if you look at the past 2 years, I would say roughly, possibly close to between 3 to 5 million US dollars of prize money paid out in the game of Heyball. As Sina makes a very quick break and run there as we go to the player break. He's up by 2. Sina Velazode.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好， 弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天。
暂停结束，比赛继续。安德烈·祖斯卡耶夫开球。
Always surprises me how cruel this game can be sometimes. I mean, there was a point a few frames ago where Andrei Tuskeyev should have gone 4-1 up. That positional shot to the black ball was all about that shot, and after that, it's been one-way traffic. Sina Velazode has not only taken the lead, but he's extending it at the moment. 5-3 up after 8 frames played. And at the table now of Andrei's break. Can never put a price on experience in this game, and I feel that works with most Q sports. Knowledge of the game, knowledge of the table. The amount of big matches you've played. That's where big match temperament comes into play. And a player like Sina, not phased, even if he did go 4-1 down or 5-1 down. To be that cool and calm that things like that don't affect you, and that you can still come to the table, play your best, catch up, get in front. I think we really witnessed some of that last night on the TV table. 6 p.m. international group match between Fu Chiwei from Chinese Taipei against Cesar Chandiga. Took him some time to start, but once Fu Chiwei started rolling, he couldn't be stopped. What a performance from him, winning that one 13-3. He's playing today also, and I think there's a good chance we might see him in stage 2 from what I saw last night. Now this off his opponent's dry break. He's 2 ahead at the moment, looking to go 3 ahead. And it's there, 6-3 to Sina Velasode, and he'll be breaking in the next frame. What you'd notice when Sina is at the table, ability to also make the game look very easy. Rare ability. Not many players can do that. Many players play this game at a high level, but to make it look quite easy and to make these tough clearances or tough shots look easy, comes with hundreds of hours of practice to be able to perform at your best on the stage. Almost makes the 9, but he makes the 4 in the right center pocket. 10's heading there as well, just catches the jaw. Next session for today will be at 2 p.m. local time here in China, and that will be from the Chinese group as we play from 96 down to 48. So that will most likely be losers bracket qualification coming up, playing to stay in the tournament. Now almost 1 hour 20 minutes of play in most of the sessions. We can have a look at some of the scores. Reza Hassan 5-3 up at the moment on table 2 against D. Erdenbaya from Mongolia. Mokin Hu from Malaysia 6-5 up against E. Bayara from Mongolia as well. Kamal Chawla from India 8-3 up against Daryl Chia from Malaysia. That's table 7. Ethan Chetty from South Africa 5-3 up against Sandeep Gulati from India. That's after 8 frames played, and that is table 9. Did not expect that miss on the 3 ball. We're going to see a replay of that inside jaw. Just caught a little bit too much of the inside jaw for it to slide in, and that pocket is not going to allow it in. Jack Whelan 8-3 up against Kieran Dempsey, table 10. Got Yongjun Park from Korea 7-3 up against Marion Jude, table 18. Kelly Fisher 8-3 up against Sun Jung-tse, table 20. So at the moment, 24 games currently being played. That's including the TV table. And you can find the other 23 tables all live on wpalive.tv. That's the address you need to type in. wpalive.tv. Head over there. I'm actually doing it at the moment to make sure everything is good. Yeah, live and upcoming on the home page, you'll see day 4, grand finals. Oh, and look at this. Not only do we have all the tables, we have the players under the table. In the description, you can actually see who's playing. So you don't even have to look at the live score or the brackets to know who's playing on which table. It's all there on wpalive.tv. All you have to do is click on one of those tables and it does come up live for you. Now, if you are on a PC or using your phone browser on desktop mode, what you can do is use the multi-view feature where you can have up to 9 matches on your screen at once. There was enough space there past the 7, but it was tight, so that 9 was always going to be heading towards the inside jaw. Fortunately for him, though, that 7 not available for Sina Velazode into that same pocket directly. He's tried to secure that pocket. I don't think there's enough space for the 9 to get by. Actually thought he might go cushion first off the 9. Get the 7 a little closer to the jaws of the pocket. That's a good pot. That is a good pot from that distance. Played the combination shot. That is a legal shot, potting your opponent's ball. As long as you made contact with your ball first, and screwed the cue ball back to try and not leave Sina in anything easy. Didn't need to have anything easy. Played an excellent shot there, sticking the cue ball to the blue ball. And as you can see, that's how close it is, touching ball on the 2. And that has pretty much limited all his options. of going directly at one of his stripes. Don't think he can get the 11 either. No, he can't. It's going to be indirectly now. Not only has to avoid giving away ball in hand, but not leaving Sina with anything easy. This is going to make contact, legal. But the 3 goes to the center pocket. This is a chance for Sina Velazoda. That was a very clever shot he played. Very clever. It's there. Watch the cue ball. Yeah, the way he played that to the center pocket, there was no way you were decelling on a ball like that. I think that's why if you watch some of the Chinese playing as well, you'll notice they hit the ball very firm. You might think it's hard or extremely hard, but it's just firm. It's to make sure that you are never letting up on the shot. No decel. Going through the cue ball always. Has to go in and out of balk here. Nicely into the angle of the black ball. Look at that. Absolutely perfectly done from Sina. Takes his 7.73 up now after 10 frames played against Andrei Duskeyev. Now Andrei Duskeyev, having won the leg, means he's breaking in the next frame. If it has to come to a deciding frame, he'll be breaking in that frame as well. Alternate break format here in this tournament. It's the first time we've seen the alternate break format in about, I'll say in about 2 years. Makes the 2 ball. And also, once again, the cue ball seemed to be under control. He started off very well in this match, but I have to say the pressure would have shifted slightly over to him after being 3-1 up. Sina Velazoda with 6 frames on the spin to go 7-3 up at the moment. Nice control there. Now the 12 ball nestled between the 1 and 7 bottom end of the table. He's got the 2 stripes on the right side to connect him to that. There you see the 9 and the 11. And as long as the cue ball's on the left side of the table, keep them as straight as possible, stun them in, you should be on the 12.
10秒。延时。
Score update from Kelly Fisher's match. 10-3 up at the moment. After 1.5 hours of play, 13 frames already. And that's 10 points with 3 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. That's a 70% one-visit clearance rate for Kelly Fisher. What a standard that is. And Kelly Fisher is also your reigning Heyball world champion. That was nicely played from Andre. That was a beautiful positional shot. I usually is good at these, threading the cue ball for a small gap between 7 and 1. And it looks to me like he should be good. Just going to be slightly hampered now by the one ball. One roll more would have been a little bit better. But I do expect him to get this, and with the angle he has, should have the cue ball coming up table as well for the black ball. Let's have a look at the bridging over the one. There it is. That's what I was talking about. It's in. How's the position? Unfortunately, into the 5. That is a rough roll for Andre Tskeyev. Making such a good clearance. And it's a clearance that he needed to make to stop the momentum from Sina Velazaida. The line looks good. I feel he should definitely make contact here. Oh, what a pot that is. What a pot that is. Didn't only make contact. Let's have a look at that again. Smash that in. Yeah, I feel he deserved that. He deserved that. He was making a good finish. Unlucky to not be on the black ball, but I think that gives him something to smile about at least. 4th point on the board for Andre Tskeyev. Don't think Sina Velazaida is going to be too happy with that one. So if there are 2 women players playing, then there is no handicap. The handicap is off the table then. And just like if there is a woman player playing against a player under the age of 14, also no handicap. Both players play all the balls on the table. think Sina Velazaude definitely thought he was going to be coming back to the table there. Expected contact on the black ball, but did not expect that black ball to be drilled into the top right corner pocket. Now that try break brings Andrei Zaskev to the table with a chance to now close up that gap from 7-3. He's gone 7-4. Chance for 7-5. His break next. That's how you have to work this. That's the only way to move that scoreboard in your favor in alternate break format. Have to capitalize on these opportunities of your opponent's try break and then make sure that you hold your own. So that previous frame was a break and run from Andrei Zaskev on the black ball there. So at the moment he's got one break and run, one rack and run. And Sina Velazaude with one break and run, two rack and runs. To me, it does look like the 4 ball goes into that bottom right corner pocket past the 10. He's almost managed to get top side of it. He's going to have to take the 6 up to the top right corner pocket. It's not straight and can be a bit tricky to judge the angle here when the cue ball is that close to the object ball. Nicely played into the heart of the pocket there, top right corner pocket. Had to be careful of those stripes on the cushion there. Just like to have a look at that again, actually. I think he caught that just a little bit too thick. Yeah, but an unfortunate error from Andrei Zaskev leaves him with no sight of the 3 ball, and that's why he's got the jump cue in hand. This is a jump I expect him to make contact. But he wants more than that. He wants to pot this ball. Makes legal contact. So legal shot, Sina Velazaude to the table. And at the moment, Andrei just needs to be careful when he comes to the last few balls on the table. That's letting him down slightly. Got away with it in a previous frame. He cannot afford to be giving away these chances. Sina straight away goes into the 12-13, opens that up. Hard to tell if he's on the 15 to the center. There we have the aerial camera. It is. It's available. Yes, that shot from Andre Descaire was actually overcut, and that's what pushed the cue ball wide first, and that's why it went into the stripe. So even though these pockets are tight, there's still 3 parts to the pocket, both sides of the pocket and the center of the pocket, so you still have to be so accurate, even above just potting the ball when it comes down to the cue ball movement, because as you can see, he potted the ball but didn't get the position because of the way the ball potted into that corner pocket. And as a player, you automatically know, as soon as you hit that, you know, even if it goes in, you know that you didn't hit it as cleanly as you should have. Now, is he going for the combo? Is he going short side on that 9 and 11 ball up table? He's coming short side again. He's tried this earlier. He wasn't happy with the result. This time there are no recovery balls on the bottom end of the table. Always a bit tricky when you have them that close. You actually want to be low on the 9, for example, so you can just stun up and play the 11 into the opposite corner. Because of the angle he has on the 9, I feel he's playing the 11 first here. Cushion and back up. That was definitely the tougher shot. But it was the only way he was actually going to be landing on the next object ball. Sina Velazaude once again showing how absolutely solid he is. Eight point on the board, leading by 4 once again. Sina Velazaude 8-4 up after 12 frames played.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
第13局，安德烈·祖斯卡耶夫开球。
One thing about Andrei Ziskev is his breaks have been quite solid throughout this match. Been a little bit unfortunate when it came to finishing the table and making sure, especially with that last ball or last two balls, but he's being punished. He's being punished because it's Sina Valzaude, the experience and the skill that he comes with. Oh, that's dangerous. That is very dangerous. I don't think he has sight of the 5. Game can start to feel like you're up against a wall here. And that's why having grit, such an overlooked factor in a player. 8-4 down, race to 13. If you feel things are not going your way, you still need to be able to come to the table, perform at your best. Have the confidence you did in the first frame. So tough to do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Playing your best when it matters. And that is tough to do. It really is. I mean, it's one thing to be able to do it in the practice room or in a friendly, but to be able to do it when you need it, to pot those balls, those tough balls that you know you can, but to do it when required. He's overcut the 1, which means it was definitely possible to go into that center pocket. Sina Valzaude with another chance, and if he makes his clearance, now he's going to be 9-4 up. That's a nice little kiss on the 14. Brings the cue ball down so he has an angle on the 9 into the bottom left. And it will land him on the 14 to the bottom right. So the question is, how do you work on that part of your game, being able to play your best when it counts? I feel some players find that easier than others, and some players can really struggle with that factor of the game. As much practice as you can put in to do it when it counts. Yes, of course, putting in the practice and knowing that you put in the practice helps a lot. But I feel, for example, if there are, let's say, 10 international tournaments in a year, say you only play in 5 of them, the rest of the time you aren't playing international tournaments. You aren't playing in these big tournaments or big matches. So what do? Kind of hard to have a big match by yourself on your practice table. So I feel maybe the way around that. It also depends on how big the Q Sport is, where you're from or where you reside. But possibly challenge matches between people, making sure it's streamed, finding players that are willing to play for something. Because in a friendly game, playing for nothing, you're not going to activate that BMT. It's not going to help you much, but if there's something on it and it's streamed, of course, if it's streamed, you don't want to make yourself look like a fool on the stream, of course. So that adds a little bit of pressure to it. I think being able to build up some pressure and create some pressure in your practice, that could go a long way to helping you in these tournaments and getting you to play to your potential in these tournaments. Otherwise, you come to these tournaments and that's your school fees. He's taken these really nicely, has Sina Velazaude. Black ball now for his 9th point. It's there, smashes that into the bottom right corner pocket. 9-4 up against Andrei Juskeyev. And now Sina Velazaude just 4 away from the finish line. So the stats remain the same. Sina with 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs, and Andrei Juskeyev 1 break and run, 1 rack and run. Yeah, this is really a lovely game, as you say, cross between pool and snooker, 3/4 snooker table, the Joy Q8 golden leg table. That's what we use here, the best equipment in the world. If you are from the UK, there are quite a few of these Joy tables in the UK. Just get into contact with some of the UK players that are here and they'll point you in the right direction. Cloth with the Lieberwin 8848 cloth at the moment, the best cloth to play the game of Heyball on in the world. Look, I feel firing that black ball in to the back of the pocket, it sends a message. Fires you up a bit, but also sends a message to your opponent sitting in that chair. These Joy Q8 tables are also steel blocked. So as you know, the top snooker tables in the world have steel block cushions. So does the Joy Q8 table. Makes the bounce that much more consistent and the cushions more lively. And also, those corner pockets take a little bit better. Last year's finalist, losing finalist Zhang Tai, current World Games Heyball champion. He will be in action when we do add the superseded Chinese players to the Chinese group. That should be in the next 2 days' time. So you can expect those players to be on the TV table, the likes of Chu Bingjie, Zhao Ruliang, Zheng Kompeng, and Zhang Tai. Those are just 4 of the 16 superseded players that will enter the draw shortly. Again, outside jaw of the pocket, used it nicely to get that 6-ball in. No mistakes now from Andrei Zhuskev. Needs to find a way back in this match. Can't afford to let Sina get to double digits. Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Floated the cue ball into an area where he knew he was going to be on the 5 and 3. If he ran short, would have been on the 2 and the 4 as well. Taking these nicely now. He's got enough angle on the 5 to just get the cue ball slightly off the cushion at least. I'd assume 2-ball into the left center next. Cue ball down this end of the table, extension on the cue. Two pots to make sure of now for Andrei to get his 5th point on the board. A little bit indecisive about this one. He's come a little bit far to be perfect on the 2. From where he wanted it, but yeah, plays that very well. Just floats the cue ball past the black ball. And this for his 5th point. It's there, he's on his way back. 9-5 down. He's going to be trying to close that gap as fast as he can, as soon as he can. Definitely good shooting from Andrei Zhuskev from Russia. Gets his 2nd rack and run on the board. The size of the Heyball table, it is a 9-foot table. 3/4 snooker table. That is the size of it, 9 foot. Pocket size at the slate drop on the corners is 85 millimeters. Played with American pool balls, 2¼ inch or 57.2 millimeters. Equipment used, usually 9-ball breaking cues, Predator, Mez, some of the most common equipment you see here. And cues vary. It depends what background you come from, what cue sport background. The 9-ball players stick with a 9-ball type cue, usually thinned to 11.75 or less. And then the players with the snooker background, they'll opt for a snooker type Chinese cue. It'll be a one-piece ash shaft, ebony butt to get the weight right. And you're looking at about a 10.2 to 10.5 mil tip, usually titanium ferrule as well. That's the equipment usually used here. It's not just about the tip size though when using a snooker type cue. It's that the shaft can handle hitting these slightly bigger balls. So you are still able to get the power through, and that's what makes a really good shaft for this game, is effortless power, being able to deliver that to the cue ball. I would say equipment for this game, cue-wise, if you are looking for some of the best equipment for the game of Heyball, the Chinese 8-ball, you guessed it, it's going to be made here in China.
10秒。5、4。
That was the ball that was intended to go in the 9 into the left center. Now, if you look at Sina's cue, he's using the snooker type cue. It does also have the flat part at the back and the thinner butt, but he's decided to put a grip on his cue. Player preference, of course. And of course, talking about equipment, you have to also mention the Potts cue, one of the best cues on the market as well. And that Potts cue, made by Gareth Potts. So obviously, coming from an English 8-ball background, he wanted something that feels like his pool cue, but's able to play this game and not a 9-ball cue. And that's where he developed the Potts cue. So that's also available on the market. Again, as far as equipment goes, equipment for this game is quite important. So I'd always suggest buying from reputable dealers. And if you just look at the stream, so straight away on the top of your screen, you see Fury. That's also one of the excellent brands here, Fury, Perry. If you contact those brands directly, or even contact Joy directly and try and get in touch with those brands, that's what I'd suggest.
10秒。
Yeah, that's a very good point. You obviously have to be able to know how to use the equipment properly before getting some of the best. But we are talking, when you are playing in tournaments like this at this level, that's when equipment becomes a big part of it. Difference between having a very stiff shaft or a little bit of flex makes a huge difference, especially with the conditions being that slick. Brand new cloth, brand new balls. Bit of a tactical frame here now, with the score 9-5 in favor of Sina Velazode.
5、4。
That was the plan. Pot the 6. Leave Andre Ziskev snookered on the 5-1. So at the moment, around 2 hours of 10 minutes of play so far in the session for all the matches on at the moment. 24 matches in play. See what we have on the score lines. I see Mo Keen Hu 10-7 up in his match. Kamal Chawla from India 9-6 up on Daryl Chia from Malaysia's table 7. João Grillo from Portugal 12-4 up in his match, table 8. There's a tough battle on table 9. Ethan Chetty against Sandeep Gulati. Ethan currently 7-6 up in that match. Table 14, Basan Dorj from Mongolia up against Richard Halliday. Basan Dorj 9-6 up in that match. Yongjun Park from Korea 12-4 up on Marion Jude from France. Kelly Fisher 11-5 up. See, Jack Whelan's match has finished 13-5, but what was that on the 2 ball? I saw it popping out of that corner pocket. at pace into the jaws, and the pocket just didn't take. Narantuya from Mongolia has won her match 13-2 against Han Soy from Korea. Oh, be careful of the cue ball. Oh, look at that. Was playing to leave the cue ball on the wrong side. Place where Andrei Duskev wouldn't have any easy pots available, but this has made it much more difficult having the cue ball in the jaws there. In this scenario, Sina will try and get his stripes into slightly better positions while at the same time not leaving an easy pot available for Andrei. Tough to do. Needs the cue ball to move a bit more. He's opened it. The 2 is available. Lucky enough though, black ball not available. So does he risk it? Does he risk taking this on, going from playing the 2 and then leaving himself an angle on the 1 to get into the black ball? Getting that 8 ball out of jail. No. He's not going to risk it. Similar thinking to not leave the 2 ball open here for Andrei Duskev. I think if Andrei gets another shot at the table, he's going to have to try and attack this. saw Sina having a look at whether the 2 is available for Andre. Yeah, it does look like part of it is available, and I think he is looking at then coming off the 1 and trying to get into that black ball. Oh, doesn't get the 2, unfortunately. And that's going to be ball in hand for Sina Velazode. Now the question is, what does he want to do? Does he want to attack this frame and try and open up that black ball? It looks like yes. Full attack. Pots 2 of his stripes. I think this would have been a touch easier if that 15 ball stayed on the table. As a small bit of insurance, do you play this off the 1? Just to push the 1 away? Yes. It's a small bit of insurance because 1 ball still goes towards the 2. But no need, the black ball's there. Double digits for Sina Velazode. Currently 10-5 up in this race to 13.
蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
Yeah, what a play from Sina there. That was some brilliant stuff with the ball in hand. Even still, it wasn't easy to make. I don't think that Andre thought that with ball in hand he'd be giving away the frame to Sina, but the experience, the attacking mindset of Sina, too powerful at the moment. 10-5 up. Now 16th frame to get underway. After this frame, we will have another player break. Five ball in straight away. Able to get quite a lot of power. That's why I said you can't get into a tactical battle with Sina. He's just too good for that. And yeah, that safety to force that foul, that was a frame winning shot. Oh, drilled that in. Stripe secured for Sina. He's on his way again. Now here can get into that little bunch of 2, 12 and 1. It works. Angle on the 10 to even free the 15 from the 6. There is enough of an angle, as you can see. So this cue ball will be heading towards that 15. Not enough. Not enough. He would have just wanted that 6 ball to move a little bit further to open up the 15 properly. Now a bit of rerouting required. I saw him looking at the 9. Leaves an angle on the 9, a slight angle. No, too much. Yeah, slight angle on the 9, or at least close to straight, would have been able to screw into that 6 ball. That's a nice play. I like a shot like that. Containing with the cue ball as well, not really leaving anything straightforward on, but manages to free the 15. Some good cueing required here from Andrei Tuskeyev on the 6 ball. Just a little bit out of sorts, unfortunately. He's going to have to find another gear. Not the worst result for Andrei. So Sina will be taking out that 9. Playing the bank. Quite tough to get those right on this table. Once again, you can see he's never leaving his opponent with anything easy on the table. At the moment, that 7 is a nice guide for the 15 coming down to the bottom left corner for Sina. If the cue ball is left up table. I would say internationally, I'd put Sina top 16, maybe even top 10 as well. Yeah, internationally he is up there. Had an excellent result at the Heyball World Championship. Lost in the final to Gareth Potts, and we had an amazing field there. We had the best players, the best international players in the world there. Again, another tester for Andrei Juskev. He's got the 7 to help. The 7 does help. Has to make sure of this as we go into that 16 frame player break. He doesn't want to be 11-5 down. He can make it to 10-6. It's his break when we come back. As you can see, it has the angle on the 2 to just float the cue ball to the right side of the table. Now the problem is he has to use, I feel with the angle he has on the 6, he's going to be coming across to the left side of the table with the cue ball. So he actually has to play this off the stripe to open the pocket. This just became a little bit more interesting. Right, so 6 of the 11 cue ball over to the other side, opens the pocket for the black ball. Risky play. Gets it. How's the position on the black ball? It's good. And yeah, had to hit that with a little bit of pace at least, otherwise the 11 ends up in front of the black ball. Nicely played, and this for his 6th point. Try and close the gap. It's there. As we go into the player break, the score is 10-6 in favor of Sina Velizode over Andrei Juskev. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
立百文台迷，高档营造一线赛事指定台名丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博。
楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百闻全球销量第一。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读蜘蛛，匠心之作。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌。胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，安德烈·祖斯卡耶夫开球。
And we are back after that player break. 16 frames played. The score is 10-6 in favor of Sina Velazode over Andrei Zuskev. Now it is alternate break format. Quite tough to get back into a match if you are behind, but it's always possible. Makes a ball on the break. That's a good start. Didn't fancy anything on the table, so tactical play from Andre leaves an open table for Sina, but also not an easy table. Got the 1-9 tied up at the bottom end here. Look, if you do take stripes though, you can use the 10 to open that up, so be a bad idea. Oh, what a combination that is. That was a very tough shot to get right. Into the center pockets. We know how tough they can be. Have a look at this. And there's quite a bit of distance between those two. Say one of the best shots of the match thus far. That's a tough one. He made it look way too easy. I did say can use the 10 to open this up. That's what he's played on. What's going to happen here, if you go into the 1, it's going to kick the 9 out. Always heading towards that center area of the table. It's worked out perfectly for Sina. Now, 15 ball next to the 2. From here, it does look available into the top left corner pocket on our screen. It must be because he's not too worried about it. Has a very positive way he strokes the cue ball, does Sina. And there we see behind the 15, it tells us that the 15 does go into that top left. There we can see a better view of it. So cue ball through the gap between 5 and 3. Caught the 5, no issue there. And this is off a safety shot, an attempted safety shot from Andre. Look, he didn't leave much on. He left a combination and many players would have turned that down. Especially a combination to that center pocket with the distance between object balls that far. Strikes the ball so well, does Sina. Looks like his plan here is to come around the black ball, play it down here into the bottom left, where the 1 ball is. Has to get the pace right. A little bit more, half a roll more would have been better. But he's okay. Could even take this to the center if he fancies. I think that's the plan. Looks like he's cutting this fine. And it's there, cue ball safe as well. That's 11th point for Sina Velasode. And that's off Andre Jaskeev's break, which means Sina will be breaking in the next frame to possibly get on the hill in this match. Just under 3 hours of play at the moment in all the matches. Here, Reza Hassan, I see 11-5 up in his match. Tight match on table 3. Mo Kin Hu 12-11 up on E Bayara from Mongolia. Kamal Chawla and Daryl Chia 9-8 to Kamal. Table 7. Ethan Chetty and Sandeep Gulati. That's been a tight match from the start. Table 9. Sandeep Gulati 9-8 up on Ethan Chetty from South Africa. Richard Halliday also playing at the moment. 10-7 down against Basson Dorje. Table 14. Got David Mbuti playing against Basil Al-Shajar. Basil 12-5 up, table 21. And that looks like a dry break from Sina. Nothing in on that occasion. Next round of matches will be at 2 p.m. local time here in China. That's in around 1 hour 15 minutes time. And that will be from the Chinese group playing their losers bracket qualification. 96 down to 48 players. That's a nice shot. Needs the cue ball to slow down. It's good. Stays on the table. And I think for that next match on the TV table, we are going to have quite a full stands here because it's fan favorite on the table. If you were watching the stream 2 or 3 days ago when we had Junior Boa against Xu Zhenqi, you'd have seen that the stands were almost full here. So he's back on the TV table. It's Liu Yi Chi against Xu Zhenqi. That's going to be at 2 p.m. on the TV table. Watch the cue ball off the 3. Been a bit unlucky there, has Sina. Ball in hand now, anywhere on the table for Andre. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the stands will be full for that match because I already saw last night on Chinese TikTok that match was getting a lot of hype between those two players because the opponent as well is also quite a famous player here in China. So they were already hyping that match up here. So very shortly this place is going to get quite full with spectators coming to watch that match. I'd say that's okay. He's opened the 2. Black ball still a problem, although if he can't get back into it, he might decide to bank the black ball to the left center pocket. But this is now a must-win for Andre. Cannot afford a mistake. And I'm sure doesn't want to get into a tactical battle with Sina either. That's there now. Has the option on the 5. Has the option to go into the black ball from here. There is enough angle to stun into that black ball, and making contact with the black ball should still leave him on the 3 down here. Oh, he's played that so well. He's played that so well. That's a brilliant shot from Andre. A little bit of elevated bridging as well, as the cue ball was quite close to the cushion. Perfect contact on the black ball to just push it over that center pocket. Made sure to come around the traffic, well, through and around the traffic to be nicely on this black ball. And that's for his 7th point, trailing 11-7, just 4 behind. Can he gain some momentum now? Has to play with no mistakes, and that's exactly what he's doing, as Andrei Juskeyev from Russia. He's up against a Titan, and Sina Velizode from Iran. Needs everything to go his way now, starting with the breaks. Played some fantastic shots in that previous frame. That was not an easy clearance to make. Oh, he's almost lost the cue ball into the center. Makes the 9 and the 1 ball into that center pocket. Let's have a look at the 1. Yeah, the 1 heads straight into the center. 9 gets a few kicks before going into the same pocket. Taken his extension already. He's added 30 seconds to his 45-second shot clock. Just get 1 of those per frame. A little bit awkward with the cue ball being this close to the cushion. Plays at dead weight, nicely played. Gotta have some faith in your queuing, going across the nap and across the table. Up the nap as well to get that right. Needs to make sure of every single pot and position now, which he has been doing. Like, this game can change so quickly. He breaks and runs here. If he gets a chance in the next frame, and all of a sudden he runs that one out and the scoreline is 11-9. I would feel then that some pressure is handed over to Sina. .12 is the ball he has to make sure of, though. So where he wanted the cue ball, he wanted enough angle on the 12 that the cue ball comes off the cushion after playing it, that he has a slightly easier black ball. Caught the cushion early, but still went in, played that nicely. And he's on the black. What a big point this is in the match for Andrei Tuskeyev. It's there showing true grit to get that 8th point on the board. 11-8 down now. Sina Velizode to break in the next frame. There we go, 11-8 with Sina to break. Now with alternate break, the thing is, if you are behind and your opponent is close to the hill or close to the finish line, they are coming back to the table. You can't stop that. Even if you're able to run out of your break, your opponent will come to the table every second frame, so makes it just that much tougher to get back into the match, especially since high probability of them running out if they pot a ball on the break. 11-8 up, Sina Velizode to break in this race to 13. And this is a winner's bracket match. Winner of this goes on to play Stephen Ellis on the 25th. Winner's qualification. He's made the 6th ball into the top corner. 7 nearly as well. Nearly lost the cue ball. Would have been a bad time to have a dry break.
10秒，延时。
I would say he's leaning towards solids here, of course.
10秒。
It's tricky with the stripe ball being in the bottom right corner. Is he contemplating playing the 1 onto the stripe? Yes, he is. That's the plan here. So I would assume cue ball behind the 3. Percentage shot that. Giving back the table to Andre, knowing that there's a dead stripe ball on the left side of the table here by the 7. Look, that takes a lot of discipline, I have to say. I'm quite surprised and impressed, because we know that Sina can make the finish. He can get onto the short side of the 1-3, play it into the pocket where the 7 is, find a way to get on the 2 as well. He's played the kind of shot that should secure him the point. But look at this. Good play from Andre. Trying to block that pocket where the 4 ball needs to go into. I think at the moment, advantage would be with Sina having that 15 stripe ball behind the 7. At that pace, to leave the 3 where the 7 was. And how perfect Jeff hit that ball. Absolutely inch perfect, because it can so easily, if it catches any part of the cushion or even 3/4 ball on the 7, the 3 ball is gone and that pocket is then open. Oh, what a pot that is. And this tells me that the 4 goes. Don't have a camera angle of it, but the way he's played on it, it does. Enough space easily for Sina. And now 2 of these pocket balls in the black ball to get on the hill. A frame where he could have tried to go for a highlight reel, break and run. Decided to play the tactical shot. It's worked out for him so far. Has the experience to know it's not about chasing the break and run or the run outs. It's about securing the point any way that you need to. Does exactly that. Gets his 12th point. He's on the hill. He's 12-8 up against Andrei Tuskeyev. Oh, I see we have a decider as well. Heyball against Mokin Hu. Table 3. Score is 12 each there. Very close scores. I see Sandip Gulati 11-9 up on Ethan Chetty. Table 9. Sheshim Kiranbek 12-11 up on Jason Ip. Some close matches going on. If you want to check those matches out, head over to wpalive.tv. Can have the TV table open as well there. That's a nice break from Andre Potsaball on that break. These two players have been breaking really well. Quite a high percentage of potting a ball on the break. That was a chance for Andre. There we have a look at that again. That strike ball past the one. It could look like maybe it was a bit of a tight pocket passing the one. He just has to wait and hope. Hope for another chance at this table or in this match. Open table, Sina Velazode. Securing stripes. I think a few rolls more, if you'd have been nicely on the 14, things could have been a little bit easier for him. Have a look at the pace. The line is good. The pace is good as well. Looks to be almost perfect. It'd be nice to get another camera angle on this to see what angle he has. Okay. It's a bit tricky. You take the 15 first, you're pushing the 14. You take the 14 first, you're going to have to screw out off 2 and black ball to come out. Looks like he's going through them though. Yeah, it was a little bit tricky when two balls are close together like that. The slightest angle can make your shot selection that much more difficult. Now let's see what Andre can do. He's back at the table. He's got the 1 behind the 13, the 6 on the right side. Right, to me it looks like he's played on potting the 14 using the 2. When you play a shot like that, it's all about where you leave the cue ball. So he has to get the cue ball behind the black ball on the left side of the table, blocking the path to the 15, and behind the 7, blocking the path to the 13. bit of a strange shot choice there. Looks to me like he was actually trying to take the cue ball up and disturb the 13. Give Sina easy enough starter at this visit. Now we did have a camera angle of that black ball. It looked tight, whether it does pass into the bottom left corner pocket here, but I think it does. And the body language tells me he's not happy with this. That's most likely because the angle of that is taking the cue ball into the 5 possibly. There we go, yes. So the shot you'd like to play here is the follow through off that right side cushion with a touch of inside. Well, that's one way to get on the black ball. I do believe it passes to the center pocket. It does. And it's there. Sina Velizode, 13-8 over Andrei Duskeyev. Andrei did play really well at the beginning, but a few errors, and I mean Sina's tactical play as well. Exceptional stuff from Sina. His finishing abilities, especially when he needed it the most, to take advantage of those few mistakes. So 13-8 for Sina Velizode. And in about 50 minutes time, we will have the Chinese group on the TV table. It is going to be a packed stadium. I can guarantee you that. So hope to see you guys on the live stream. We'll be back in about 50 minutes. I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tillack from South Africa. I'll see you guys shortly. Thanks, guys, for being on.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感， 持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌。胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边。与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦，扣毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
立百文台迷。高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质、经得起推敲，胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much. I'll be sorry. That's for no question either.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用 用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，就我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%， 回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台弹，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
100文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，100文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位。有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质、经得起推敲，胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much. I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采 采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐
，AGL53走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默邪、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌。胶边
来准备我们的下一组喽！3、2、1，镜头给到了这位戴眼镜的朋友。来，同样也请我们的工作人员为这位幸运的观众送上我们的精美伴手礼一份。好，我们继续准备下一组，3、2、1，请切换。Hello， 这位先生您好，哇，笑容特别开心啊！也请工作人员为您送上礼物啊，给到您，特别的幸运。来，同样准备我们的下一组喽，3、2、1，镜头给到了这位朋友，您好，欢迎来到我们的比赛现场。Hello， 稍后呢，工作人员也为您送上我们精美的礼物，希望您在今天的比赛现场可以开心快乐的观赛。来，准备我们的下一组喽，3、2、1， 镜头给到了这边3位朋友啊 ，Hello， 这3位朋友你们好，哇，都很帅气啊！同样也请工作人员为这3位朋友送上属于你们的幸运礼物，特别的棒啊！同样也要提醒大家，请各位将手机调整至静音状态。来，我们再来寻找一组吧，来准备3、2、1，看一看镜头会给到这边。Hello， 这位朋友您好，也请我们的工作人员为您送上属于您的幸运伴手礼，谢谢，很开心。来准备我们的下一组，3、2、1，镜头给到了这边，这2位朋友啊。你们特别的开心，也幸运的获得了我们所提供的礼物，也请工作人员为您送上。来，我们的最后一组准备好，3、2、1，镜头给到了这边，这位先生，您好，欢迎来到我们乔氏500万总决赛的比赛现场，礼物也为您送上。再次感谢以上的幸运观众，希望开心相伴，快乐相随。
10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。Join players unity the ball。女士们、先生们，这里是利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式8球大师赛总决赛正赛国内组第1阶段1到第12组9场10场的比赛。And now let's welcome the athletes and umpires。现在让我们欢迎裁判员、运动员。Table 1 1号台由王小健对阵申新阳，裁判员 umpire 何秀红、王新月。Table 2 2号台由国家对阵于海涛，裁判员 umpire 李亚帆、安家路。Table 3 3号台由金鹏对阵王路奇，裁判员 umpire 冯雅琪、王文杰。Table 4 4号台将由陈奇宇对阵齐宇帆，裁判员 umpire 公选柴新峰。Table 5 5号台将由黄忠对阵单宏宇，裁判员 umpire 佘真真、杨静雯。Table 6 6号台将由朱龙对阵肖翔宇，裁判员 umpire 李丹阳、王萍萍。Table 7 7号台将由刘鑫对阵杨子成，裁判员 umpire 陆月、白云佳。Table 8 8号台将由史天琪对阵王大双，裁判员 umpire 李勇、王艺轩。Table 9 9号台将由郑宇博对阵艾鹏宇，裁判员 umpire 宋明明、张娜。Table 10 10号台由裴华夏对阵崔明君，裁判员 umpire 徐景言、孙奇墨。Table 11 11号台将由申成对阵张俊杰，裁判员 umpire 王琦、田海林。 Table 12 12号台将由李春成对阵郑博洋，裁判员 Umpire 刘亚楠、江洁琴。Table 30 13号台将由荣毅对阵胡义宏，裁判员 Umpire 范文涛、田颖。Table 40 14号台将由胡宇鹏对阵王云，裁判员 Umpire 杜焕玉、马嘉熙。Table 50 15号台将由陈强对阵王思诺，裁判员 Umpire 耿思林、商凯。Table 60 16号台将由李克对阵牛壮，裁判员 Umpire 张梦蝶、高若飞。Table 70 17号台将由孔维利对阵于乐意，裁判员 Umpire 刘宇、张婉玲。Table 80 18号台将由李英东对阵刘海涛，裁判员 Umpire 刘法恒、杨文静。Table 90 19号台将由秦立文对阵江志茂，裁判员 Umpire 张月秋、龚一航。Table 20 20号台将由陈成汉对阵孟凡宇，裁判员 Umpire 匡俊涛、徐小玉。Table 21 21号台将由长乐对阵管镇，裁判员 Umpire 吕阳、杨宇龙。Table 22 22号台将由石鑫对阵梁时瑜，裁判员 Umpire 王鹏轩、袁义渠。Table 23 23号台将由寇家硕对阵刘闯，裁判员 Umpire 张毅、张欣欣。Finally, it's Table TV1， 最后登场 TV 台。TV 台比赛将由铁头刘义奇对阵两广总督薛真奇。本场比赛主裁判
umpire 田明星，助理裁判 assistant umpire 蒋宇格、杜立新。有请各位移步比赛神器，乔氏金腿球桌。女士们、先生们以及正在直播间的各位，这里是正在秦皇岛为您直播的利百文台泥乔氏杯第14届中式八球大师赛总决赛比赛现场。精彩比赛即将开启，让我们拭目以待。
薛丹青你好，刘玉琪你好，请双方选手争夺开球选择权。
I hope everyone is here and ready for a crack of the match. This is the second session of the day, the 2 p.m. session here at the 14th Liber Win and Joy Cup Grandmasters Finals, Qinhuandao, Hebei Province, China. This is day 9 now, round 3, stage 1 of the Chinese group. 96 players down to 48, double elimination. This is the losers bracket, so a must win to go through to the next round for the Chinese players. And on this TV table for this match, we have Liu Yiqi up against Xu Jinqi. This is a race to 13, and your referee for the match, Tian Mingxin. It is alternate break, and it is the second time we have Xu Jinqi on the TV table. Had him 2 days ago against Jing Yubo, won that match 13-11, 13-10. Bit of pressure on this match for these players as it's a must-win to stay in this tournament. But what I can tell you is expect a very, very high standard between these two. It is Xu Jinqi to break. See BK Rush Predator break Q. Straight away making that ball in the center pocket. There we see it, it's the 12 in. Q ball gets a few kicks but stays pretty central. We've seen some very solid performances from this player in recent tournaments, and yeah, is a crowd favorite here in China. It's Xu Jinqi. And also one of those players that tend to make this game look really easy, always making sure he's on the right side and has the right angles on the balls to get where he needs to be for his next shot. It looks to me like he has played on that 11. That means there's enough gap between 7 and 14 to get the 11 in the bottom right corner. Had to judge that so well. I mean, you underrun that, in a bit of trouble, and you overrun it, you're behind the 4. And there we can see it's tight coming past the 7. Had to go towards that jaw, and that is an unforced error, or first unforced error from Chu Jinqi. This is our first look at Liu Yiqi at the TV table. And let's see what he can do here. Another very popular player in China. And these players are always streaming their matches on social media here in China, usually Chinese TikTok, so that's why they have such a huge following. This match streamed in China at the moment will have easily over 100,000 views. There's been quite a bit of hype on Chinese social media about this match since last night. Makes that look effortless. Medium distance, 6 down the cushion. Taken these solids really well as Liu Yiqi. And this for his first point, and a rack and run. It's there, gets his first point on the board. We have our first rack and run as well. Made that 6 ball look way too easy. The way he struck that so well. And also to get the cue ball up table to get position on his next ball. Although we are using the triangle rack, you can see the referee making sure that at least those first 3 balls are touching and the rest of the balls are as close together as they can be. And that looks like arch bends equipment, if I'm not mistaken, used by Liu Yiqi. But all balls still on the table. That's a dry break, so chance for Xu Jinqi. And at this level, just the slightest error ends up costing you the frame. Oof, using the entire pocket there. Needs a bounce. It's enough to be on the 9. It's good enough. Still going to have to use one of those stripes to just free the 11 ball. It's the red stripe sitting on the right side. So you could do that from either 10 or 14. And it looks like this is the shot to get into that 11 now. Just glancing by the 10. Say very controlled into the 11. Like that. Yeah, it's good enough. Nice controlled cannon into the 11 to get it into a potable position. Before that was not potable. 3 ball wasn't away. Has to be careful of the 5. I'm sure the referee is right there watching that. This is a bit awkward. Cue ball close to the object ball, but I expect him to get this. Right center pocket. It's there. Cue ball around. Should come into the angle of the black ball. And that is near perfection. And how calm does he do it? Makes it look too easy, does Xu Jinqi. Gets his first point on the board with a rack and run off his own, off his opponent's try break. 2 points so far, 2 one-visit clearances. Very clean clearance there from Xu Jinqi. And it is his break in this third frame. And that is the level that you are going to see in this match. It's going to be clearance for clearance. Two ball just makes it in. I expect the hand to go up. It does. Xu Jinqi, one of the very popular players here in China. You should see when he walks through the venue. There's at least 20 people following him, trying to get a picture or video for their social media. One of the few top Chinese players that didn't have professional training or a professional background in cue sports. Just a person who picked up a cue and in very short time was able to get this good. And the reason why I mention that is because most of the Chinese players you see have had a master or do have a master. They call it Shifu. I'll give you an example. If you look at a player like Shi Xin, he's playing at the moment on one of the tables. Now, one of his students, Zheng Tai, you'd know as well. And quite a few of the players here are his students. Zheng Yubo as well, one of his students. And then you have players like Chu Bingjie, student of Dai Yong. Zhao Ruliang, student of Yang Fan. That's how it works here in China. Knowledge is passed down like that. So Xu Jinqi, one of the only top players that didn't have training like that. I would say Venture guessed the extension on the cue and having to reach that far down the table. That could have added to that miss possibly. Catches the inside jaw. Not going to be going in. Unfortunate for Xu Jinqi. I'll table over to you, Liu Yiqi. Let's see if he can make another counter clearance once again. Was wondering, with the 9 being at least a ball away from the cushion, whether he'd risk going into it like that or play it from where it lies. As you can see there was more than a ball space away from the cushion. Not really a problem ball for these players. The thing is, the way the 9 has ended up, don't look like they're potable into the right center, at least. That's the 9 and the 13. So that's why he's had to come short side. Oh, look at that for a shot. That is pinpoint accuracy on cue ball placement. How well do you have to judge the power there and judge the pace of the table? What a shot that is from Liu Yiqi. Deserves this point, should get this point. Too good. And that is his second point on the board. So far, we've had 3 frames, and that is 3 one-visit clearances for these players, all rack and runs thus far.
台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥，丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言，以百文全球销量第一。
Yeah, what a level so far in this match. 3 frames, 3 clearances. And it's going to be Liu Yiqi to break. Now, his first break was dry, unfortunately, and Xu Jinqi made a clearance off that. So he's going to try and pot a ball here if he can. And if he makes a clearance, then at least he can try and extend that lead a little bit. When you watch these players play, it's not only the potting ability. Look at the cue ball control. The cue ball placement on their shots it's so accurate. This time makes the ball. It's the 6 bottom right corner pocket. There it goes. Can these two players keep up the standard? So having a look at the 7, whether the cue ball can fit by the 9 if he does take solids, and where he needs to be able to play that. Shot like that, because you have to be more straight on it, it's not easy to get the cue ball out of there. And for your next ball, now the only way out is either forward or backwards. Just grazed the 9 as he was coming past, which means that the next pot is not going to be an easy one. So a recovery shot required. What does he have? He's got the long 3. It looks like he's also got the 2 to either the right center or bottom corner here. Taking it to the bottom corner. It's close, but it's not there, unfortunately. So it's Xu Jinqi to the table, stripes in play. And let's see what he can do with this opportunity, whether he can equalize this match once again. I think very close match between these two. Might even see a decider. It's really it's too close to call when you come to this stage of a tournament. Oh, and it's not there, but got a decent cue ball, and this is our first frame with multiple visits. That was the 3 that was on earlier as well, but that was a tough pot, especially from where the cue ball was. It's a chance back over to Xu Jinqi. Overcut on the 9. Look, he was definitely going to find a way to open up the 15 above the 3. So 11 goes to the center, but had to get the 9 in first. So now Liu Yiqi with a chance to extend the lead. pot to the top corner. Comes back down for the 5. The 3 ball is the issue, though. That's worked out quite okay on the 3, but doesn't really have a pot available on the 4 that's straightforward. He might have to bank this. It's not there, he's chasing. He's had to chase that finish. Now tomorrow we will have action from the international group losers bracket and winners bracket qualification, and losers bracket qualification will be on the 25th. So those players still in the winners bracket on the international side, they have a day off. Some players, I believe, 2 days off actually, today and tomorrow. But the losers bracket players will be playing tomorrow, so no session this evening, no 6 p.m. session here, local time, but we will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the next session. Unfortunately, foul from Liu Yiqi and opens up the stripes as well. Great chance for Xu Jinqi. What the Chinese players sort of notice is the beginning of the match is more like a warm-up for both of them. They keep the scores fairly even, and then all of a sudden in the middle part of the match, you'll see the break and runs and the rack and runs coming, a lot of them. And those few missed pots that you see now, they don't get missed later in the match. By that time, fully in tune with the conditions, the table, the arena. Black ball for the same pocket, and this to equalize. It's there, and after 4 frames, nothing to separate these two players. It's 2-all in this race to 13.
第5局，薛真奇开球。
Having won the leg, Xu Jinqi to break. in this 5th frame. The score is 2-all. Makes a ball. I saw got a huge kick off another ball here. That's the 9 getting kicked off the 15. Doesn't have the greatest cue ball. What are his options? Could see a bit of the 3. Has the 11. A cue ball is heading back towards the 2 stripes on the side where he's cueing from. Like that. And just like that, look at how open the table looks. One shot. Yeah, one shot there opens up the entire game for him. Now it takes a 13. Let's say it leaves the angle, leaves it low on the 12. Which gets the cue ball naturally off one cushion even to come in for the 10 ball to the center pocket. These players read this game so well. It's insane how easy they make this look. Clean. All you see is the cue ball floating in and out of these gaps and around the table for the next object ball. And that's our first break and run, and it comes from Xu Jinqi. He takes the lead, he's 3-2 up. Now it will be Liu Yi Chi to break in the next frame. Score is currently 3-2 to Xu Jinqi. And at the moment, 5 frames played, we have 4 one-visit clearances. It's a very high standard from these two players. It's what we expect. I tell you what, these players never disappoint. Seven off the jaws, and that's cue ball in on the break. That could end up costing him another point. So it's going to be ball in hand for Xu Jinqi. Ball in hand behind the balk line. You have to play forward. Can't play any of the balls within that balk area. Now still has to find a way to get that cue ball up table here. It's going to have to be from the 15. And he doesn't have that much of an angle, so this is going to have to be potted at pace. There we go. That's the angle you're looking at. So huge amounts. Well, depends which way he wants to go. I would go forward here. Loads of top left. Unfortunately, not able to get through the gap. Yeah, the angle was not enough, unfortunately. It looks like it might be end of visit. Here we see that again. You see, after potting it, just straightened up the cue ball a little bit too much. Just a little more of an angle and he could have got around the traffic that was the solids. Clever to block the pathway of the 4 to the top right corner. Didn't expect the miss on the 3. And I think there is enough of the 9 available for Xu Jinqi. There is. Cue ball across has an angle on the 11. Now position on the black ball to open up his lead. Not only that, it will be his break next as well. It's a big point, this one, in the match. And he gets it. He's 4-2 up after 6 frames played, Xu Jinqi.
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。
After 6 frames played here in this losers bracket match round 3 of the Chinese group in stage 1, it is Xu Jinqi with a 4-2 lead at the moment, now breaking in the 7th frame so far. After 6 frames, 4 one-visit clearances from these players. Makes the 14 in the side pocket. That's a good break. We have seen breaks with more power, but he seems to have found the sweet spot. This break working really nice for him. If you are looking for the other matches on at the moment, they are all being streamed on WPALive.tv. So when you go to the website and on the homepage, you'll see live and upcoming. It'll say the 14th World Heyball Grandmasters Finals, Day 4. Click on that and then you'll see all the tables there. And if you are looking at which players are playing where, I have put the links in the Facebook feed description. Actually add that link also in the YouTube comments as well, so you guys can find which player is playing where. And once again, making it look way too easy is Xu Jinqi at the table. Just has to be able to connect to the one ball from this two. Just come around and had a look at the black ball. It looks like it could go past the 12 into the left center. This is what I meant by cue ball positioning. Absolutely inch perfect every time. Not afraid to move the cue ball around the table from top to bottom. Reverse side on that. Unbelievable. The so far is off his break. And it's there, another break and run for Xu Jinqi as he takes his 5th point, 5-2 up after 7 frames played with another break and run. He's on 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run. Liu Yiqi on 2 rack and runs. Now after the next frame, the 8th frame, we will have that player break just under 10 minutes. Every 8 frames, so 8, 16, 24 if it goes that far. See on table 9, Jing Yubo against Ping Yu. The score was 5-2 against Jing Yubo there after 44 minutes of play. These are must-win matches for these players to stay in the tournament. Last year's Grandmasters Finals winner Niu Zhang is playing Perry player Li Ke. That's on table 16. Niu Zhang 5-3 up at the moment. Oh, look at that pot on the 6th ball. So clean into that top right corner pocket. This is how this game is meant to be played. So far in 7 frames, we've only seen 1 frame become slightly tactical. The clearance rate is so high, and it's got a lot to do with that cue ball control. Always making the next few shots easier. And almost always trying to get perfect on the black ball. Inside of the black ball, needs the cue ball to slow down a little bit. It's okay. But still the pace control. I mean, if you overrun that by 20 centimeters or underrun it, you're not nicely on that ball. And as straight as you can get on the 7. And this rack and run for Xu Jianqi. 6 points on the board. He leads 6-2 over 8 frames played. And that brings us to our 8-frame player break. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了。 过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久。 颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角，罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝。 因而各部位酷性一致，欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。
Wasted
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，薛正齐开球。
Quality indeed from these two players. They are back after that 8-frame player break. The score is 6-2 in favor of Xu Jinqi, breaking at the moment. He's got 6 points with 4 one-visit clearances, 2 break-and runs, 2 rack-and runs. Almost makes the 3, makes the 10, and that looks like the 1. And there goes the 1 and the 10. Bottom corner and top corner. Might be off again now, Xu Jinqi. And that is stripe secured. I'd have to say, from watching his matches, even the last one when he played Jingyubo on the TV table, it's about how simple he makes the game look. And you can only do that if you are a master of that cue ball. It's the only way to make this game look simple, because you're always then fighting against the angles if you don't have control of the cue ball. You're having to work against the natural pathway of where it wants to go. There's just something very special about this player that's at the table. Judging by his standard at the moment, I think we are definitely going to see him go very far in this tournament. He has to win this match first, of course, but I think very far indeed. Now, position on the 9. Yeah, this as well comes down to pace. He wanted to be as straight as he could be on the 9 to just stun it in, take the black ball into the left center. Slight stun run off and on the cushion. This off his break for the 7th point and another break and run. It's there, 7-2 up. This is becoming a one-man show at the moment on the CV table. His opponent fortunate that it's not winner's break format. And that brings his tally up to 3 break and runs. Still has the 2 rack and runs, so does his opponent, Liu Yiqi. 2 points, 2 rack and runs. Out of 9 frames played, 7 one-visit clearances. Got a break well now, does Liu Yiqi. Cue ball almost off the table. Doesn't make a ball, unfortunately, what he left. The 7 is quite close to that top corner. And from here, it actually does look like it might be possible for the cutback. If not, 6 also available to the center pocket. Xu Jianqi looking very dangerous, but this is a tester queuing over the corner pocket. Yeah, it was a tough one. Queuing made that slightly more awkward. So it is going to be table back over to Liu Yiqi as we see that. Inside jaw first. So it's his turn to take these solids now. Looking at the combination 6-3, he's taking it on. You can see it's not set. It has to be made. Makes it. Hasn't had much table time in this match, has Liu Yiqi. A few dry breaks and one mistake has left him in that chair for quite a while. One of the very few Chinese players that you see using carbon fiber shaft. Most of the Chinese players, if they are using the 9-ball style cue, it is maple shaft with carbon core at least. He's taken these nicely so far. 5 to the center pocket. And that's a black ball to the opposite center. Gets his third point on the board with a nice clearance from Liu Yiqi. Score is 7-3 after 10 frames played. Currently leading 7 frames to 3. Xu Jinqi with the break. Ball in once again, and you can see how important it is to get that break right. Has an opening shot on stripes, but if you look at the top end of the table, top left corner on our screen, you can see that pocket taken by the solid. So if you want to pot the 9, you're going to have to get on the short side of it. And how well do you need to control that cue ball to get onto that 9 ball? Played on the 11 first. Now which way does he go? Through the back between 5 and 1, or just draw it straight across? Nice little cannon on the 5, opens up the 9 to the center, but a little bit of a risky shot. That one could have gone wrong. Could have had the cue ball stuck to the 9 ball, but worked out well for him. And there again, inch perfect pace control to be on that 15. Still not out of the woods yet, though. That 10 ball needs some potting. Unless you can move it, that's what he tried to do. Now then, where does he go from here? That 14 doesn't look to be available in the center pocket past the 2. If there is, it's very tight as to pass the 2 and the 3. I've actually never seen a player do that before. I've seen a player measure the angle but never leave his cue on the table to measure the angle. So it looks like he might be taking that shot that he was measuring. That's the 14 banked. into the right center pocket. No, it's not. Decided against that. I think that was a viable option for him, but was not happy with taking that. Table back over to Liu Yiqi. So the lead from 7-2 became 7-3. Now there's a chance of it becoming 7-4. If he makes this, and it will be his break in the next frame. Chance to make it 7-5, and just like that, he's back in the match. The amount of accuracy required to pot those balls like that, especially the closer that ball gets to the cushion, side cushion, the harder it becomes. Good pace on that as well, coming into the line of the potting angle for the 1. And this is going to be frame to Liu Yiqi. Gets his 4th point on the board, and he should be the player breaking in the next frame. Good point for him. So that is another rack and run for Liu Yiqi as he takes his 4th point. 7-4 down, breaking in the next frame, chance to make it 7-5. "11 frames played so far. 8 one-visit clearances from these players. Don't see a ball in on that break. And that's going to mean that Xu Jinqi comes to the table. And that break head on, you're most times always leaving quite an open table if you don't make a ball. Has a decent angle on the 15 to disturb the 10, just below the right center pocket here. This has to work out well because he's not guaranteed to be on a ball after this. Is he on anything? What's available? You can see that's why he's hit it with quite a bit of pace to try and get the cue ball moving after contact, but double kiss just stopped the cue ball. Here we have the aerial view of it. The thin cutback on the 14. That is a tough shot. It's there. Look at how easy he made that look. It actually was his only option, but still brilliant pot to continue the visit. And back in prime cue ball position is Xu Jinqi. They're so far off his opponent's dry break, which means that he will be breaking in the next frame. Chance to extend that lead even more. The recovery, absolutely insane. That was a tough 14 ball. And after the 9, after that, back in prime position. Another rack and run added to his tally and his 8 points on the board. So at the moment, Xu Jinqi leading 8 frames to 4. Currently with 6 one-visit clearances, 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. And there's the break. Anything there? No, this time dry from his side, unfortunately. It's getting a little bit worrying for Liu Yiqi. The dry breaks are starting to cost him frames here. The only way to counter that is he needs to be able to clear the table off his opponent's break at least, then try and hold his break. Big point here to close the gap before Xu Jinqi gets to 10 at least. Oh, watch the cue ball. It's been a bit unfortunate that 6 was in prime position now. Pushed it close to that right side cushion. Gonna need a good pot here on the 6 to continue with this visit. Perfect. Hit that absolutely perfect. Outside join in. Nicely around 2 cushions. Does not seem phased by the scoreline at all, does Liu Yiqi. And off the dry break from his opponent. This should be another rack and run for him. It's there, gets his 5th point on the board with another rack and run. That's 5 points for him, 4 one-visit clearances. "13 frames played, 10 one-visit clearances between these two players. That's the kind of standard you can expect throughout the rest of this tournament, especially as we get to the end and especially when those superseded players join the tournament. Liu Yiqi with the break is currently 8-5 down. This time also popped the cue ball. You'll see it heading towards the center almost, and a bit of top on it, just stopped it from going there. Gets the 14 into that center pocket. Now it doesn't look like that bottom left corner pocket here is available. And if it's not, 3 ball will have to find another pocket to go into. Now at the moment it looks like it's Xu Jinqi's turn to sit in that chair for a while his opponent gets these points on the board. That's how this game works. You start having a dry break, your opponent starts potting on the break, and the scoreline starts to change very quickly. It's those two, the 6 and the 3, that's causing a little bit of indecisiveness. Now he's on the 6, but where does the 3 go? Definitely open to the center pockets. Now this is a tough positional shot to get right. To get nicely on this 3 ball. And still I don't think it's available in the bottom left corner. Needed a bit more to play that into the center pocket. He's playing it off the 12 into the corner. Oh, what a try that was. What an effort. Big risk. Big risk, that one. Would have been a spectacular shot and great finish if he pulled that one off. Would have been on the black ball too, but Xu Jinqi to the table. Gotten up off that shot now. If you have a look up table, you'll see the 11 ball close to the left side cushion. I feel like he doesn't have to move the 11. If he plays the 11 where it lies, it does connect him to the 15. But also has the angle on the 10 to possibly move the 11 as well. If he does make contact with the 11 here, it's almost certain to be on the 15, depending how full he gets it. It's worked out well. That has worked out very well for him. So even these players, although they have a very high percentage of potting those cushion balls and potting them at pace as well, still, if the opportunity arises, they will try and move it closer to the pocket and get it in a better position. Gets a 9 point on the board. That's off his opponent's break. That's a rack and run for Xu Jinqi as he goes and gets his 9th point on the board. Means he will be breaking in the next frame as well. Chance to get onto double digits. And there you have it, score 9-5. 10-5 and Liu Yiqi is in trouble. Has to close that gap before Xu Jinqi gets to 10. Another excellent break. Cue ball controlled as well. Pots a ball in the center pocket. Only thing I see is black ball looking tied up by the 6 ball. There goes the black ball and the 6 ball down towards the bottom left. One visit clearance here looks very tough. If you take stripes here, it looks like the 15 can get by, but you first have to pot a stripe to get onto stripes. You can see the 14 can go by the 5. You can open the black ball using the 12 at the bottom of the table, but the thing is, first shot in stripes is tough. And for me, I think if you take solids, the problem is that 6 ball and black ball. Now to solve that problem, it's going to be taking the 4 here. No guarantee of the result though. Cue ball could get stuck behind the black ball. I'd say he fancies his chances of being on something after this. Gets the pot, gets the 6 out. What a shot that is. That is an absolutely brilliant shot from Xu Jinqi. We'll see that again. The control to just nudge the 6. Unbelievable. There's a quarter ball of the 6 to catch. At the moment, deserving every single point here. The 1 ball stuck behind the 15. Has to make sure he has the potting angle, but also have enough angle to be able to get the cue ball out of there. Okay, there is angle. Needs to be able to get line of sight on 6 and 2 and try and get a bit closer at least. You can see what he was trying to do there. Look at where he was trying to put that cue ball. Very close, rattled in the pocket. The pace kept it out there, but he felt he needed to hit it like that and be on the 6 ball nicely. And look at where he was. So table over to Liu Yiqi. Chance to get 6th point, and then he's only 3 behind. Things starting to look a bit better for him here. And that's what he needs to do, just take these chances when he gets them. And he is getting 1 or 2 chances now and again. And this is off his opponent's break, which means he will be breaking in the next frame. It's a big point, this one, to get within 3 and then possibly get within 2. 6 points is on the board for Liu Yiqi, and another rack and run as well. 6 points for him, 6 1-visit clearances. No break and runs yet on his side.
16局6-1棋开球。
Liu Yiqi to break here now. Currently down by 3, 9-6. Pots a ball on the break. Big chance for him to go 9-7 here. Yeah, it's definitely true and well spotted. These players do practice the break a lot. Many, many hours go into practicing the break. As you can see how important it is. A good break, a consistent break. Not only getting a consistently good split, but also having quite a high percentage of potting a ball on that break. It means that you automatically have a bit of an advantage and it puts you on the table more. Liu Yiqi looking for his first break and run here in this match. Unfortunately, he's had to leave this a bit long. Oh, what a pot that is. He wanted to come across for the 3 into the center. A little knock towards the right side, and where is the 3 available into? Not into the center. And I don't think it goes to the bottom right either, past the 9. So he's in trouble here. That's not the first time he hasn't landed where he wanted to be on that last ball. Indirectly, he's wanting to kick this. Almost. I think there again, I think pace kept that out. We should get a replay of that. Here it comes. Where did it catch? Inside jaw? Just a bit of the outside jaw, maybe softer, but then it would have changed the angle of the cue ball coming towards the object ball. So chance here now for 10th point for Xu Jinqi. First thing he's going to do, get the 14 off the cushion, stick the cue ball behind the 9. If that stripe wasn't there, that 3 ball was in the right center pocket. Now, usually in this game, when you do have more balls on the table and your opponent's just left with 1, you should have the upper hand, especially if that ball left of theirs is not in the pocket. Should be able to maneuver your balls into better positions and eventually take that frame. Yeah, cracking pot there from Xu Jinqi, but at the same time he was getting that cue ball safe, as you can see. So played that shot two ways. He's quite straight on this 10 ball to take it. It's a bit risky. There you see, slight angle. Very unorthodox style from Xu Jinqi with the bent arm at the back. Has the cue ball bounced too much? I think it has. From here, it looks like he can't get through to the 15. This referee calling 10 seconds. You can see it low right hand side on the cue ball. To just swerve the cue ball a little bit around, he leaves half opportunity for Liu Yiqi. Makes this, he deserves the 7th point. Distance plus quite a steep angle here. Oh, what a pot that is. What a pot that is. Gonna need another one like that. Black ball into the center pocket. It's the only problem with that. When you are trying to get it so fine, there's always a slight possibility you might miss the ball completely. So that's foul, ball in hand now for Xu Jinqi. And surely now he'll be taking his 10 point. After this frame, we will be having a 10-minute player break, 16 frames played. And the scoreline well in favor of Xu Jinqi. And it's their 10th point on the board. Xu Jinqi leading 10-6 as we go into the player break over Liu Yiqi.
醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
俺老孙啥功名不要， 求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，寓腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。
暂停结束，比赛继续，第17局，薛之奇开球。
And we are back after that player break. 16 frames played. Xu Jinqi at the table, currently leading 10 frames to 6. He's got 3 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. His opponent, Liu Yiqi, will come to the table now after that cue ball's gone in. Currently on 6 points with 5 rack and runs. A good break, except losing the cue ball. especially at this level in the tournament. Usually can expect to be seated in that chair for not only this frame but the next as well. Now 4 points the difference. Xu Jinqi 3 away from the finish line. It's just been a few small errors from Liu Yiqi, especially towards the ending of a frame, that's cost him a few of these frames. Now's the time to make sure of these one visit clearances. Because of the angle he had on that previous ball, he's had to come out for the 2 once again. And the 1 not available into the top left, 9 blocking it there. So both of that 7 and 1 need to go into the top right. Played that well. There is enough angle on the 7 to get down for the black ball here. It's nicely done so far, and this is off his opponent's break. It's their 7th point on the table with another rack and run for Liu Yiqi. So far, 7 points for him, 6 rack and runs. That's what happens at this level when you pot the cue ball on the break or even a dry break. Ends up costing you the frame, and now Liu Yiqi to break in the next frame. Chance for him to get that 8 point, and then he's behind by 2 only. And the scoreline looking much better then. Liu Yiqi to break now. Needs a ball to go in. 15 looks good. It's there. Hasn't had a break and run yet. Looking for his first break and run of this match, and he needs to make it, because what that means is he's not able to hold his break here. That's the difference in the scoreline. Xu Jinqi not only holding his break, but he's also been capitalizing on the missed opportunities from Liu Yiqi's break. Doesn't want this in front of the 5. Been slightly unfortunate there, has Liu Yiqi. With where he's left the cue ball and where the balls are, I see him as a favorite to still get this frame. And that's unless Xu Jinqi can find something special, which he's found. What a pot that is from distance. And that combination looks on. 10-14 into the center pocket. The 11 is also open at the top end of the table. All of a sudden, just one shot. The angle he has on the 10 leaves him on the 11. But still has to be able to come down from 11 to get down for the 9-13. So not going that way yet. Looks like he is taking the 9 to the center. There's enough space there to play that. It's going to have to play that 11 at some pace because you can't go forward there. It's going to have to be a screw back to somewhere around the center of the table. What a stroke that is. Absolutely brilliant stuff. He's straight on the 10 ball to take him across for the black ball into the bottom left corner. A little bounce off the cushion. It's good. Shouldn't need the extension on the cue. I feel he should be able to get there without it. Does. A little bit awkward. And gets the 11th point on the board with a rack and run as well. And that's off his opponent's break. So this time his opponent makes a ball but not able to convert. And another rack and run for Xu Jinqi. And that was 11th point for Xu Jinqi. He leads 11-7 at the moment. He's got 3 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. That's 8 one-visit clearances. His opponent, Liu Yiqi, 7 points, 6 rack and runs. Now, if he breaks pots a ball and runs here, he's on the hill in this race to 13. Now, this is a loser's bracket match. Must-win match to stay in this tournament. Means that they progress to the next stage in the Chinese division. Stage where the Chinese superseded players are added.
什么呀？5。
This is looking like a very tough clearance to make on stripes. Might even opt to play tactical here. Just to open up something, open up maybe the 12 and the 13. Leave the cue ball safe. Something like that. It's a good shot, hiding the cue ball from the 3 at least. Tough pot this. 12 down the cushion here. Oh, what a pot that is. Absolutely brilliant. He's not on the 13. He's just pushed it closer to the right side, which means it now doesn't go into the center pocket. The 10 should still be available. What does he do about the 14? At 14, not potable. Into the center at least, and don't think it fits past the 11. Has to be careful of the black ball, needs us to run a bit more. What a finish he has to make here. The way I see it, he's going to have to play the 13 into the same pocket, which means a cross and back. Around the black ball. And he's purposely left himself slightly low on this, which means that he can actually nudge into the 14 if he needs to. Always risky to do that on your last ball, though he might opt for the bank shot here as well. Bank shot it is. This goes almost guaranteed to have a potable opportunity on the black ball to get on the hill, 12th point. He'd be 5 in the lead with just 1 point needed to get into the next round. It's there, no mistake on that bank, and look at the position on the black ball as well. Absolutely brilliant from Xu Jinqi. 12 point on the board with another break and run. He's 12-7 up on the hill. Unbelievable scenes here on the TV table. Flawless. These two players are good friends here. You can see there's a bit of banter between these two. There you can see a few smiles there from these players. Good friends off the table. I'm sure they practice together. I'm sure they have sessions together as well. That is going to be Liu Yiqi to break. He glances over to his opponent. You don't see that too often in this game. Makes a ball at least. That's the 5 ball in on the break. Gets kicked by the 13. He makes it. Now, Liu Yiqi without a break and run here yet. Remember, this is the loser's bracket, which means if you do lose this match, you are on your way home, out of the tournament. Yeah, that might be his last visit in this match, unfortunately, for Liu Yiqi. Judging by the form that Xu Jinqi is in. Needs that to slow down. It did. Not behind the 13 at least. 6 ball does go by the 9, top left corner. But it's tricky there with the traffic up table. But some of the clearances that I've seen Xu Jinqi make, it's unreal. And he's able to make those clearances because of his cue ball control. Among the Chinese group, I'd say one of the best cue ball controls by Xu Jinqi. Did he get enough? Did he get past enough to have the 3 ball? Very unorthodox back arm. And when your cue ball control is that good, it makes the game look effortless, but also takes so much less energy from you as a player. So far in this match, this is the toughest black ball he's had to pot for Xu Jinqi, and this is for the match. And it would be another rack and run, 1 visit clearance. It's there. Cue ball stays on the table. 13-7 to Xu Jinqi over Liu Yiqi, and that is another rack and run for him. Brings his tally up to 6 rack and runs. 6 rack and runs and 4 break and runs for Xu Jinqi. 6 rack and runs for Liu Yiqi. So Xu Jinqi through to the next round wins the losers bracket side of that draw, and he will be joined by those 16 super-seeded players along with the other Chinese players that have made it through. Thank you guys for being tuned in. We will be back tomorrow at around 10 a.m. for the next session. That should be international group playing. Will be losers bracket international group round 1 still. And we should have more action from the Chinese group midday tomorrow. And the following day, we'll have the winners qualification from the winners bracket in the international group. Some really tough matches there for those players in hopes to make it through to that final 64, where we play 64 down to 1 single elimination. That's the last stage of this tournament. Thank you guys so much for being tuned in. I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tillack from South Africa, and I'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time. Thank you guys so much. Until tomorrow.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真。
卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰交边，与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，注重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
100文台泥，高档羊毛皂，一线赛事指定台泥。丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言，100文全球销量第一。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，以专业缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，这样，这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。